Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I had the suggestion of starting off the live stream with a 50s style announcer and a recap of last week's live stream. But I then looked to see what lead time it would take to get someone to narrate that for me, and I was like, oh well, we're moving on without it. So we have in the chat, we have Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. We have Frank S. Hi, Frank. And we have Jesse, I8386. Hi, Jesse. There is no escape from the chat, people. Yes. Well, hopefully we'll get a few more people to join. Oh, there we go. We got Sedmac. Yes. Just takes for me to start the live stream for folks to realize that, yes, it is time. And what is it time for? Well, it is time for Wheel of Regrets, because I have some potential regrets on the bench tonight. See, you all are helping to fill the eBay regrets meter with your coffee tips, so I have some regrets. Yes. Thomas has a few second delay because of poor internet. Bring in Vanna. Yeah, I wish I could bring in Vanna for a guest spot, but I heard she's like $1 bazillion or something like that. I mean, it might just be a couple 100,000 per episode, but I don't know. So, the first item on Wheel of Regrets is this nondescript package here. It doesn't shake, and it is dense. I don't know if anyone has any idea what might be in here, and Frank was first to guess a Trident card. Well, we will see if Frank is correct. Ooh. Ooh, well, if they accidentally sent me a Western Digital Elements hard drive, I might be happy. Thomas says 8-inch floppy disks. The box would be just a bit small. Looks more like a big box for something. Frank says, Trident cards is my go-to guess. Yes. Alright. I will be very disappointed if this is actually a WD Elements hard drive, because that is not what I ordered. Vborg's here. Hi, Tim. Welcome. Alright, let's see here. Oh. Well, thank you for choosing Western Digital. Well, I don't think I actually chose Western Digital. Well, let's see if I can extract the next layer. We have more packing tape. Well, the seller certainly wanted to package this for the Postal Service, I guess. Alright, let's see here. And we have more packing tape and bubble wrap. Jesse says geeks like Western Digital. Well, I would like to think that maybe I bought this from a geek. Jesse says, a comment a former boss of mine always made. Well, it looks like whoever sold this to me also recently bought a bench, picnic table maybe. Oh, and there we go. I guess there's not much hiding it now. So, for a whopping $20, plus probably reasonable shipping, especially considering how heavy these actually are. Jesse says, video RAM? No, this isn't video RAM. It's RAM for my Mac Pro 1,1, or at least I hope it'll work with the 1,1. This is 8 2GB memory modules. And in fact, these are actually the cool ones with the obnoxious heat sinks. So anyways, I paid, it was $19.99 plus shipping, 16 gigs of RAM. These are the fully buffered ones with the cool heat sinks. So yeah, it's a good deal. And I would test them tonight if I had the other item I bought at the same time, but that seller canceled the transaction unceremoniously. In fact, actually, I bought it, and later that day they sent me an email saying, oh, we'll get it shipped out to you soon. And then I happened to go to my eBay order history yesterday and cancel pending. Like, okay, that's not cool. Didn't tell me anything. Just apparently canceled the order, and I didn't even get an email from eBay, or I haven't yet. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, apparently my the video card I ordered to replace the bad video card in my Mac Pro. In fact, to replace this video card here that I just dropped 2 of the screws for the heatsink, yeah. The one that I can't boot Mac OS 10 using because I think it's got bad VRAM or something. Well, there's the 3rd screw. I mean, if it really came down to it, I could put it back together, other than for the fact that, well, I just lost one of the screws to the floor. Anyways, yeah, I don't really like it when sellers, like, don't communicate. Well, I mean, apparently, now, the cancellation reason they put is item is broken or damaged. So, I guess maybe at least they realized it was broken or damaged, or they lost a part of it or something, but I mean, call me old-fashioned, but if you're going to, like, send the buyer a message saying that, oh yeah, we'll be shipping this soon, maybe also send the buyer a message saying, hey, by the way, we pulled the video card out to get it ready to ship, and we XYZ and need to cancel your order. Then at least I wouldn't be wondering why. Well, I wouldn't have to dig into why the cancellation's pending. I would just know, oh, okay, yeah. They gave me the courtesy of letting me know it, hey, it was broken or damaged. Oh, I doubt they canceled it because they could get more elsewhere. Because I actually paid for... I actually didn't buy the cheapest listing like I normally do. I actually, for once, paid for one of the more expensive listings for the item for 2 reasons. The first one was, it was only in Richmond. So, we'd get it fairly quickly after they mail it. In fact, if they'd mailed it the Friday I bought it, I might have even had it in time for Dave's stream on Sunday. I mean, and second of all, it had the power cord with it, so I didn't have to go find a separate auction for a power cord, inevitably shipping from some even further place and having to wait even longer to test the video card. Because I don't have the power cord for the Mac Pro. So I'm like, yeah. So I actually paid for one of the more expensive ATI X1900 XTs for a Mac Pro on eBay, and yeah, they canceled the order without telling me. So Jesse says not likely with the way USPS is going lately. Yes, true, Jesse. Very true. I think the operative word was chance. I didn't say it was a good chance. The Postal Service has surprised me before, even after their current changes. Now, I do have one other thing. And we'll just say that I will be very disappointed if this turns out to be what it looks like it is on the surface. But I have what I certainly hope is not a Canon Pixma TS3522. Because that is also not what I ordered. Also, I'm not a huge fan of Canon printers. Although, they're certainly better than HP printers. Especially these days. At least Canon and Epson printers don't make you pay for a subscription to print. Ooh, shots fired. I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. It's nothing against the Canon printer. I mean, they're totally. I mean, they've got a good printout. I mean, all the printers pretty much these days have a decent printout. Some of them have features. Now, they're professional printers. I really have no problem with, but like, yeah, I don't think I'd be happy if this was what was in the box, which I can confirm it's not, fortunately, unless they squeezed one inside of the box that's inside the box. I don't think I'd be happy with this particular printer. Also, my opinions against Canon printers do not match my opinions about their cameras, because I really do like Canon cameras. Although, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of good cameras out there, and a lot of what you get out of a printer is how you use it and being at the right place at the right time to get a really good picture, more so than like, ooh, my camera's got more megapixels, or ooh, my camera's got a CMOS instead of a CCD sensor. And actually, if you saw my, I think, last stream, you probably know what's in this box. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I probably, if I were going to buy a photo printer, I would probably, my first choice would probably be an Epson. My second choice would be a Canon. And my third choice would be, I'm going to go track down an old, trying to think of a company that used to make inkjet printers. Yeah, I'll go track down an old Apple style writer. Yeah, Sadmax says at this point I'd go laser or dot matrix. yeah, pretty much. Actually, if I had to print photos, I'd probably just send them to like some place that prints photos on photo paper and not bother with an inkjet. Yeah, I like Brother printers. I like Brother. I've got a Xerox laser printer. It's quirky. I so preferred my Brother laser printer, but it wasn't color. So yes, look at this. We have the wonder computer of the 1980s, the Commodore VIC-20, the friendly computer. Under $300, plays great games. Don't forget, plus, household budgeting, personal improvement, student education, financial planning, and plays great games too. Easy to use. Just plug in a cassette or cartridge, Screen gives you step-by-step instructions. Typewriter-style keyboard for easy operation. Attaches to any TV set. And we won't be testing any of those claims tonight. Yeah, this box is kind of worn out, but anyways, here. Serial number V215729. So no one register that on iCloud, because then I won't be able to register, log this computer into iCloud. Look at all these great games that I might try someday. I mean, we got Gorf. We got Raid on Fort Knox. We got, Jupiter Lander. We got Pinball Spectacular. We got the Sky is Falling. I didn't know that was an education game. Visit the Planets. See, you can visit the planets much cheaper than a ticket on SpaceX. Much, much cheaper, even at today's prices. Wow. Oh, hi, the Toiletius Toiletist. Welcome. Jesse says I'm working on that dot matrix thing. Cool. Thomas says I gotta find my VIC-20. Yes. So, what is in the box? Oh, there we go. All right. I am happy to see that although the styrofoam did kind of flake off a few pieces in shipping. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Well, okay, there's definitely something loose inside of the VIC-20. But I have also detected something on the VIC-20 that I will, that requires pointing out. It's like one of those unwritten eBay guidelines. It might actually be a community policy that when you buy an electronic device that is old and it still has the peel on it, you gotta point it out! Look at that! I think the badge still has the plastic protector on it. All right, now I've satisfied that unwritten eBay community guideline that you have to point out the peel and eventually remove it, but that's not for tonight's stream. The guideline doesn't say you have to remove it when you find it. You just have to remove it once you're done restoring it. In fact, I think the power switch might still have its peel on it too. At least I hope it does. It's a bit scratched. Oh, Frank S. says, bummer they scrubbed the launch. Oh, bummer. All right, and not only does it have the VIC-20, but I've got the power brick, which is good because it's the one that outputs AC, so this probably is fine. And I think it's the RF modulator, which is good because I haven't found my 5-pin Commodore video cable. But yeah, okay, so the box was in a bit rough shape. But I knew that from the listing. So I think I paid like $80 plus shipping for this. Ah, hey Jeremy, welcome. All right, keyboard seems to... Okay, keyboard feels about like a Commodore keyboard. All the keys are present. And, and I was going to point out, although I am going to open it just to see what's rattling around inside of it. But, all right. So if you'll note, serial number V215729. So the box that came with this is the original box. How cool is that? Yeah, the box might be kind of beat up, but I have the original box for this. All right, let's see what's rattling around inside. Hopefully it's just like a loose screw or, I don't know, maybe a silver dollar. It'd be like an instant $1 refund. We could call it eBay cashback rewards. Oh, that's probably not. That's probably a screw from something. Oh, actually, I think one of the standoffs might be busted because this screw is just turning. Alright, hold please while I attempt to get the screw to disengage. Oh, that might actually be the wrong screw. Alright, so let's see here. Oh, hi Francois, welcome. Going home, be right back. Alright. And, well, trying to look and see. Well, it looks like the bottom of the RF shield is possibly a bit rusty. Wait, no, that's not rust. That's just oxidized copper tape. Alright, I do not see what is rattling around. But anyways, here we go. It's the VIC-20. Let's do a quick walkthrough, then we'll get to the Apple II board. So, alright, so it looks like we have our 6502 processor. I'd say these are probably going to be our two ROMs. Probably a third, okay, probably three ROMs. Here we have our... Wait a minute. Those don't look like SRAMs. Oh, yeah, those are the SRAMs. Okay. So here we have our 10 2114 SRAMs. Because from what I've read, Commodore had a bunch of extra 2114s, so Jack Tramiel said, why don't we use them in the VIC-20? Because, yeah, SRAMs were more expensive than DRAMs, but apparently Commodore had more than they could use otherwise. So instead of buying more memory, they used what they had. I think the later revision boards went to DRAMs, or at least smaller SRAM chips. And then here we go. We've got our two 6522s, and then the VIC-1 chip should be under here. And given the fact I haven't found what appears to be loose, I guess let me, guess I'll unplug the keyboard and the, oh, that's nice. The LED's polarized. Okay. Oh, hi, Sorcerer Stan. Welcome. No, this is, we're wrapping up Wheel of Regrets. This is the VIC-20 I got on eBay. There's something rattling around inside of it, so I took it apart to try to figure out. I mean, I don't think I was imagining things. There definitely was something rattling around. I'm certainly not hearing it now. So I guess whatever it was might have fallen off on my... Oh, it was in the keyboard side. Alright, hold please. Okay, I don't know exactly what it was. I found a screw, and I'm not sure if it's the screw. I think it was a screw falling. Unfortunately, I can't say that there's only one screw on the floor, because that would be a blatant lie. This may or may not be what was in here. But it doesn't appear to actually go to this VIC-20, so... Because all the screws are in the keyboard. And it appears as if all the screws... Oh, no. That was it. That was it. Here we go. I see where... There we go. It was that screw there. They probably forgot to put it back in. Someone probably took this apart and then put it back together and then Probably couldn't see where that screw went, but all right. So at least there's no loose screws. Now, in terms of does it work? Well, okay. Wish I knew where I put my 5-pin Commodore video cable. Because the thing is, this thing probably just works. I mean, in all likelihood, this thing probably just works. All right, I know we're all curious. Okay. We've got to assign a regret score. All right. Let me plug this in and is this an RF modulator box? Well, if it's an RF modulator box, it is like the most poorly labeled RF modulator box in the world. It does look like it's an RF modulator. All right. Which means I need a TV. Actually, let me see something. I'm always like going to go get a TV. Menu. Oh, the thing is, I've got a TV beside me, but I normally use it as a monitor. I don't think it's got an analog tuner in it. All right. Okay. Luckily, my TV's not far. Here it is. But it doesn't have the adapter on it. That's not good. All right. Hold, please. Let me see if I got another one of the adapters for it. Oh, here they are. Oh, that's why the adapter's not on it. The last adapter I was using broke, so I had to order more. That's right. Yes. These adapters are so cheap that they like break very easily. You breathe on them wrong or threaten to leave negative feedback and they break. I suspect the negative feedback part is just a coincidence because you're tired of them breaking. But well. All right, so let's see here. Turn the TV on. Turn the volume down. All right, we're on channel 3. You can't see the screen very well. Well, I'll hold the screen up. All right, so let's apply power to the power adapter for the VIC-20. Oh, and it looks like it powered on. And well, I got a black image on channel 7. Um, I didn't get a video image. Granted, the RF adapter is like awful, but all right. Okay, so we have power. I don't feel anything getting overly hot. Start getting warm. All right. Turn this on voltage. Here. Let me look up a 6502 pinout because I don't have that memorized. All right, so ground is pin 1 and 21. Let's see here. Pin 8 is VCC. All right, we have a good 5 volts. All right. I may have to go find a video cable because, or unfortunately, I don't think I got enough clip leads to go the clip lead route. All right. Let's make sure the obvious question. There is still excellent. There is still a VIC chip in there. 6560 101. Let me look up the pin out of that. MOS 6560. That is the. All right, that is definitely the NTSC VIC. And we should have VSS on pin 20 and VDD on pin 40. All right. Interesting. Hi. Oh, did not. Hold on. Oh, hold please. I believe. Oh, that is the most interesting black mark on this fuse. Oh, wah, 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 wah. I blew the fuse. Well, that means we probably have something shorted on this board. What could it be? Well, I don't know what it could be, but something is not right on this board. Because and a regret emerges before our eyes. Yes, it turned on. We had no video signal, and at some point, in fact, actually, for all I know, it could have been the RF modulator. Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't have any fuses for this. Oh, hey, Michael. Thomas Armstrong blames capacitors. Well, I'd like to blame capacitors too, but no one replaced the electrolytics with tantalum capacitors. So, of course, that is still not to say that it's not capacitors, but it's at least not the problem that befell the Apple II clone board, which we will be getting to sooner rather than later because, well, the regrets may be high with this VIC-20. Okay, well, at least the one good thing is the AC power adapter is putting out 11 volts AC. So, supposed to be 10 volts AC, 11 with no load. Okay, so the power adapter is probably, as I suspected, the power adapter's fine. But I bet if I measure. All right, well, that big capacitor is not shorted. Let me see. Hmm. Yeah, I guess it could be capacitors. Well, I'm going to find a convenient point to. Oh, hey, Gut Bomb, welcome. Well, I guess we'll have to have a troubleshooting stream on this VIC-20 because, yeah, it definitely just blew a fuse. I don't see anything that's obviously bad, although this transistor there might be my first guess. So I guess I will have to. I'll have to buy some fuses. And maybe a cap kit's in order. I guess it could be capacitors. Yeah. Oh! All right, let's see. Hi, Joe, and hi, Sloopy. Gutbomb's asking, Thomas Armstrong says bridge. Oh, that's the bridge rectifier, yeah. So Gutbomb's asking, what did I do to make it angry? I bought it on eBay. Sloopy says, odd-looking Apple clone. No, this was, Wheeler Regrets, which is now over because, well, yeah, Joe says, eBay, angry by default. Max says, hi, Steve. Steve says, who told you took off my shorts? Oh, wait, different kind of short. Well, Starbuck, this could be an eBay regret. Oh, hi, Starbuck Tech. Yes, it could be an eBay regret because I blew the fuse trying to test it. So there will be no more testing of the VIC-20 until I get fuses. And probably parts. And find my video cable so I don't have to use the RF adapter. Like all of the above. What power supply did I use? I used the original power supply, Sloopy, because it's the AC model. The AC power adapter was totally fine. It was not the AC adapter. Power supply, the AC adapter is putting 11 volts without any load, which I believe is going to be correct. So I think the power adapter is probably absolved of causing the problem. One bit says, use only power supplies made in 2027 or later. I do know it powered up briefly, but never saw anything on the picture. So, anyways, I guess now that we've determined this is definitely a potential regret. Gutbomb says, I received my VIC-20 video cable from Amazon about 10 minutes ago. Yeah, maybe I should just order one from Amazon, but I've got a place I usually like to order video cables like this that I think is actually a small business in the US. And which could be ordering the same cables as everyone else, but hey, I like to support the small businesses when I can. I mean, for all I know, this VIC-20 came from a small business on eBay. All right. Now for the board everyone's been waiting on. As soon as I get the styrofoam bits off the bench, we have one slightly cleaner looking Apple II clone board. Sloopy says, if I need VIC-20 parts, I have a whole working board except a bad VIC I see. Oh, Gutbomb says, bought it for the TI-99 4A, but it works with the VIC-2. Yes, if I could find my cable for the Commodore and TI-99 4A, then, well, I wouldn't have to order one. But I've misplaced it. Yes, don't forget to smash that like button. Unless the YouTube algorithm you like eBay regrets. And as you can probably see, this board looks a bit cleaner than it did last time because I took time on Dave's stream and took isopropyl alcohol to all of the residue. Except apparently I missed a spot there, but oh well, moving on. So, last time, I removed all of these tantalum capacitors from the board. At least one of them was shorted. The crystal fell off the board. and then I powered it up and we had garbage on the screen. Now, I do know that computers are kind of funny in that they like to have power. And I'm funny and I like to have clean safety glasses. Alright, I think this is the cleaner pair. So, before I try to power this board up again to determine if the CPU really might be dead, because the CPU is stuck in the socket, unfortunately. Because someone reflowed the solder joints, and I think they left the CPU in the socket when they did so, and if the camera will focus, I think there's a couple of pins where they kind of like really overdid it on the solder. And I'm kind of afraid that some of these pins might actually be soldered into the socket. So, in fact, actually, I think right there is a pin that's hiding by that pin right there. Anyways, I tried to remove the CPU so I could inspect under it, and the... Alright, hold please. Knock the chip lifter off the workbench. There we go. So anyways, I tried removing the CPU, and the entire socket wants to lift up off the board. So I think the CPU is soldered in there. So I figured instead, before I go through the trouble of removing that socket, because it's going to be difficult, let me first put the new caps on the board. Because if the problem with the garbage on the screen is because there's absolutely no capacitance on this board, or very little, because I mean, the only things left on the board are the ceramics in the video circuit. Thomas says hot air the CPU off. I don't know if that's a good idea. Because I don't want to melt the slots. And maybe the real reason is every time I use the hot air gun, I seemingly melt part of my monitor, and because that's where the hot air station is. And it's getting to the point where I don't know how many more times that monitor is going to take getting hot aired to death. I mean, I can try it, but let's first put the capacitors on the board and make sure that's not the problem with the CPU not starting, or at least... Could that be the problem? Oh no. Joe says, move the hot air station. Sheesh. Well, Joe, it's going to be pointing at a monitor no matter where I put it. And I know you're half kidding because you haven't seen my workbench, so you don't realize that there is really no place I can put my hot air station and it's not pointing at a monitor. It's just it would be pointing at a more expensive monitor if I move it. And I can't get the arm to go up any further with the monitor. That's the other problem. Joe says rearrange my bench. Joe Joe says engineer a solution. In order for the hot air, I don't know. I would love to find a place for the hot air station where it's not like a constant pain and trying to melt things when I don't get the hot air gun exactly back on the station. And I think I physically unplugged it last time I used it. I am now looking for the Captain tape, which I need to use to protect the expansion slots because I do not want to melt them because I do not want to destroy my, at the moment, perfectly rescuable Apple II clone board. And I have apparently moved the Captain tape somewhere where I will never ever find it until like I've been searching for it for 10 minutes. Oh, there it is. I found it. Joe had a similar position. I removed the holster, screwed new positions for it, and reattached it. Now it points straight up. Oh. Well, I can't point it straight up because then I couldn't set it on my workbench. I don't have a shelf on this bench. I would love to build a custom workbench, but I've got so many things that are higher on my priority list, like remember not to dump out all the ceramic capacitors onto your workbench while you're trying to find the knife to cut the Captain tape. Joe, my workbench is like 24 inches deep. The problem is I just need to build another workbench. One that's like 30 inches deep. Yeah, the problem's not space to put the workbench. The problem is designing and building a workbench. Yeah, I know. Joe, it's not a I can't do it. It's a longer term project. The thing is, I can do it. No, no, Joe, I can do it. I have to design and then go buy the supplies and then build it. And that'll take away from eBay regrets, but that's probably the main limiting factor. Unless someone can point an eBay seller that's selling like lumber at Okay, well, let's see if I can get this CPU off. I think the suggestion was to quite literally hot air the CPU off the board. Please, if I misinterpreted hot air the CPU off, please stop me before I manage to melt half the board that I'll regret. I mean, I'll eventually build a workbench. It's just a longer term project because it's a longer term project. Or I buy a better hot air station first. Although, speaking of rework, I did manage to find someplace that had some of the handles for the ZD915 desoldering station in stock, so I ordered 3 of them. Unfortunately, that place has discontinued selling the ZD915, so that's probably going to be the last time I'll be able to order handles from them. And for anyone wondering why I didn't order more, they only had 4 in stock. And they were $25 a piece, which is kind of higher than that I think they've cost in the past. So I only ordered 3 to make sure that last one wasn't like a phantom handle. Didn't want to find out the hard way. It was like an off by 1 inventory error, and I wasn't getting that, and I figured I could leave 1 for someone else. There we go. The CPU is out. And now maybe I won't melt the monitor. Alright, I bet that CPU, though, is hotter than a sidewalk in Texas on a hot summer day. You know, hottering that CPU off the board has warped the board. I think I might have to let the board cool and then see if I can't push the socket back down on the pins. I may have to replace that socket because... Okay, I think the board is unwarping. Alright, let me give it a moment. Now, I wish I had something I could put this 6502 in real quick and test it. So what could I test it in? Oh, I wonder what I could test it. Okay, first of all, I did bend the pins getting it out. So let me see if I can't get the pins back into shape. And yes, it was a rhetorical question. I'll just go grab a Apple II Plus, I guess. Where did I put the pin? Oh, there it is. All right. I guess the best way to see if the CPU works is to put it in the Apple II Plus. I mean, I don't really like swapping chips in and out a lot on boards like that, but I guess once or twice won't hurt. I'm trying to think if I've got anything else that uses a 6502 that would be quicker. Other than the VIC-20, because it's got a blown fuse, so I can't use that. And well, I can't use computer. Yeah, I guess I'll have to pull the Apple II Plus out. All right, let's see if that CPU is even good. Because if this CPU tests good, then then I probably just need to pull that socket off. Okay, well that was not quite as pain-free as I thought it would be. Alright. Oh, I will use the chip lifter. That will remove this IC with the minimum of stress on the pins so that I don't have to worry about my good CPU or the socket. And then it promptly only gets half the pins out. Yes, thank you, chip lifter. You were so nice to me. All right, let's put the 6502 in. All right, where's the... All right, which way does it go in? Okay. I don't know why Apple couldn't use the socket that had a clear alignment notch on it. Probably cost. All right. And you know, I just realized I probably should have tested this board to make sure it was still working before I put this CPU in, but well, we'll do it out of order. All right. Power switch, oh, there's the power switch. Oh, there we go. All right. So the CPU is good. All right. So the CPU that was in that clone board is totally fine. All right. Well, at least Thomas suggested hot air so that I didn't remove it in a destructive way. So at least I still have a good 6502. All right, and just to make sure that my Apple II Plus is still working with the original CPU. There we go. All right. No harm, no foul. All right. So we got a good 6502, which probably means could mean I need to just replace the capacitors because maybe there wasn't enough capacitance on the board to run right. Yeah, there is a lot of solder under that socket. Oh, I just realized I carried off the power supply. Smooth move, Justin. All right. Okay. We'll try to power this board up again. put the CPU back in after some contact cleaner. And I'll go grab the power supply that I carried off to the other side of the basement. And we'll see if it powers up. If it does power up, I'll put the capacitors in. And if it doesn't, then I'll probably at least put some of the capacitors back in. At least enough to give some capacitance to the RAM and clock circuit. Because I don't want to remove that CPU socket unless I have to. So, all right, let me go get the power supply. Yeah, the ceramic capacitors are so cheap, I'm willing to put a few in the board to see if it fixes the problem. They're cheaper than a socket. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, I don't have a speaker plugged in. All right, and we still do have garbage on the screen. All right. I do have RAM in the board. Nothing's getting overly hot. Thomas says those cheap sockets can be hot aired to pieces, then remove the pins. Well, I don't want to hot air this board too many times because it warped pretty bad the first time I hot aired it. I don't want to warp my board too bad. I think I'm getting that same pattern, or I think once I got the at symbols on the screen. Remember, Thomas, I have no capacitors in this board. It may not work correctly without some capacitance. Because I removed all someone replaced the ceramics with tantalums. I removed all the tantalums because at least one of them was in backwards, and whoever replaced them did a bad job on soldering. Although that same person appears to have reflowed the CPU socket. But yeah, I'm seemingly getting only this pattern. Or I did once get at symbols. Now, I mean, I could get a recommendation to try a new bus transceivers first, but because none of the troubleshooting guides tell you what the board will do with no capacitors. And from everything I learned, capacitors are necessary in circuits. Although from this quick test, it seems like they may be less necessary than. All right. Well, I have my XG Pro in. Maybe I'll test these bus transceivers first. All right. Thomas says get some caps on it. One thing down. All right. Well, let's get. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Let me get some caps on it first. I don't think I need to get all of them on it, but let me at least get the caps for. All right. Let me at least get caps for the down here the clock circuit and these logic chips. These caps here for bank 1. Probably these ones here along the sides, and we'll get the ones here around the ROMs. I may skip the ones in the RAMs for now because I don't have RAMs here. Yeah, Thomas says a shorted tantalum could have cooked some TTL. Yeah, it could have. But let's get at least some capacitance back on this board. Because the thing is, the reason why the capacitors aren't on the board is it took all of my stream to get the tantalums off the board. In fact, you can see the solder balls on some of them still. But yeah, those are all tantalums. So to replace them, I bought blue ceramics. So at least the board will still look more or less correct. Oh, and okay. There are a few pins still on the board. Tried getting all the pins out last time. Let me get the few pins. Oh, there it is. There we go. Oh, there was a pin there. All right. Okay, and I don't think I could have planned this any better, but it looks like these ceramic capacitors I bought are the correct spacing for the capacitor. These are pre-bent, and I just ordered them because they were cheap. What I didn't realize is they're pre-bent for the correct size for the capacitors on this board. Okay, that is what I call a happy little accident. Or, well, actually, I guess Bob Ross called those happy little accidents. All right. All right. Oh, good evening, Will. Got K-Mac Vintage in the house. Getting some capacitors back on this board here. All right. There was one pad that I had issues with when I removed the capacitors last stream. The issue with the pad is, well, the pad decided to exit the building. Fortunately, there is an easy fix. And that easy fix is soldered on the top side of the board. Because actually, it was there was the traces on the top side of the board, not the bottom side of the board, which is why the pad came off so easily. There we go. That's solved. All right. And let's see here. Guess we'll get these two here. Went to test mine and noticed it's opposite of the Apple II power supply. I have a power supply for this board because this board actually is using the same connector that Apple did. Some of the clones used the same connector, some of them did not. Computer had a proprietary connector on it. However, I took an Apple connector off of a parts board and put it on computer. Because I need to do something to replace computer's original power supply, and it's a lot easier to deal with replacing an Apple power supply than it is a proprietary one. I mean, I still have the original connectors in case I ever want to put them back on. But the board had pads for both. So I think it might have been sold with both. Maybe depending on if they could get a Apple supply cheaper than proprietary one, or maybe with the thought if someone had to replace the power supply in the future, they could have their service person solder a new power connector on, much like I did, and then boom, you gotta fix. Yeah, I stole the plug from a parts Apple II Plus board. Probably a parts Apple II Plus board that I probably will. Well, I mean, it's probably not totally a lost cause, but it it's an Apple II Plus board that had bad slots on it. And I started the process of trying to replace slots, and I lifted like a whole bunch of pads in the process. And besides, I'd already borrowed some chips off of it to try to repair computers, so I decided that for now, I will just set it in my repair pile. Should I ever go back and repair the trace and pad damage from trying to remove a slot that needs replaced, I can always go take the power connector off of computer, put its proprietary one back, and move and worry about that later. Good night, Thomas. Have a good evening at work. Hopefully, if you get to join back later, we will have some good news about this board. I mean, computer might hope that there's bad news about this board, but then again, I think computer knows that this board is practice, so that I'm less likely to actually damage computer when I get to repairing computer. So I think computer and I have an understanding. Actually, it's more like the moment that even if I could run, that I can't run a program on computer to explain the facts. So, all right. I also suspect that I will multiple times think I'm done replacing all the capacitors and will probably continue to find spots for capacitors that I missed because they're like everywhere on this board. Trying to do them like row by row, but might be a pin in that one. Oh, I think there's a pin still in that. No pin there. Oh, there it is. I see it. There we go. Yeah, tried getting all of the capacitor leads out. All right, good night, Francois. That, oh, I just read what Thomas said. We'll watch later. Maybe the orange will become an apple. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe this wasn't an orange PC. Because all I got was the board, so I don't know what brand computer it actually was. Or maybe it was a pineapple PC. Maybe we can come up with a funny brand name for it that seems like it could have been a clone brand from back in the 80s. Real or imaginary? I kind of like pineapple. It's like not apple, but yet blatantly you want to call it apple, but you can't call it apple, so you call it pineapple. All right, so we got the four 0.1 microfarads there. We got the two there. We got the two there, and the one there. Let's go get the ones here for the bank of RAM that I have populated. First have to Make sure I got the original capacitor leads out. There we go. All right. Yeah, I guess leave your comments in the chat, or if you're watching the replay, leave a comment. What was your favorite Apple II clone brand name? If there was like one of the clones that you really liked the name, or if you can think of a better name for a clone that would have fit back in the day, leave that in the comment too. And maybe I'll pick my top favorites and put a poll out. And then maybe that's what we'll call this clone. So please, G-rated. Because I can't think of any cases where the clone names were not G-rated. After all, they were for families. So whether you like pineapple or orange or banana or kiwi fruit, or maybe you can think of some funny name that's a play on apple. But okay, you can't call it computer. I already have computer, so you can't call it computer because this is definitely not computer. But yeah, there we go. I'll pick my favorites from the chat and the comments, and I'll put a poll up on social media eventually, or probably the poll will be on Coffee, because I think they're trying to get creators to use their new poll feature. So maybe I'll put the poll up end of the week. End of the week, or whenever I have enough responses for a poll. All right. I'm just soldering one leg of these capacitors because then I'm going to make sure that they're sitting in the board nicely. All right. Yeah, I don't. All right. Actually, it kind of looks like the way they sit on the board. It's hard to tell if they're not flush anyway. So we'll just go ahead and get the other pins. All right. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move up to the capacitors around the ROMs and CPU. I'll skip the capacitors for the other two RAM banks. Save myself a little time. Just because if this isn't a capacitance problem, then with two less banks of RAM, I think having the capacitors around those banks shouldn't be playing a big part if the if the DRAMs aren't actually installed. Sure, I'll probably eventually run into problems without those DRAMs there. I'm pretty sure the Apple II Plus was really designed for 64 K of memory. Well, I mean, it doesn't. I don't think it's like hard and fast because it did ship at one point with like 1632 or 64. But I think it was designed for 1, 2, or 3 banks of 16K. But then DRAM prices fell and they removed the memory jumpers. So pretty much it expects all 3 banks to be filled. So I'm pretty sure that I'll eventually run into a problem without these banks in, but not just to do basic tests. All right, so I'm going to skip these capacitors here because these are really, I think, decoupling for the RAMs. I am going to, though, go ahead and install these two. Because they're kind of decoupling the row, and there are still these logic chips here. But just to save a little bit of time, I'm not going to... I'll skip those RAM ones for now. When I get to the point where I need to put those RAM chips in, I'll get those capacitors too. Because you can also see I want to replace that socket. And I'm going to wait on that too. So, how much is this saving me money-wise to not put those caps there? Really not much. These caps are like cheap. This is more time, little bit of time savings more than practical money savings. Not replacing the socket is more the, let's make sure I can get the board to the point where I need that RAM chip first. The sockets are just a bit more expensive. All right. Now, I will get these capacitors here because those are going to be for the ROMs. And I'll get that one there for this row. Actually, let me just go ahead and get the capacitors up this side of the board here. Ooh, I just realized one of the capacitors that was a tantalum was actually replaced with the wrong value. And I just about jammed the wrong value in its place. All right, I'm going to have to go through my capacitors. And I'm going to have to find a 47 picofarad ceramic, which I'm pretty sure I have. It just may take me a moment to find it. Because, yeah, someone put a 0.1 microfarad tantalum in place of what should be a 47 picofarad cap. Now, is that where that cap is that going to cause the CPU not to run? No. It probably would cause video issues if the wrong cap was there, because it looks like it's around the color trim potentiometer. So I think it would be causing video issues to have the wrong cap there. Not CPU issues. So actually, I'm not going to go run off and find that cap right now. If anything, if I had to guess with that cap missing, it might be that we would just not have a color signal. That may be the capacitor that's like coupling the color burst onto the video signal. My guess, given where it's located. All right. But yeah, I will replace that with the value that's indicated on the board, not one of these 0.1 microfarads. If I put the wrong cap there, then I might forget to go back and replace it with the correct cap. But if I don't put a cap there, I will eventually catch my omission and go back and put one there. All right. Oh, I'm leaving that tape there in case I have to remove that socket. Oh, all right. And there's another. That's right. I had trouble getting that capacitor in. All right. I think I've almost have enough in that we can try powering it up and seeing what it does. Oh, there's still a pin in that. That's why I couldn't get a capacitor in there. And there we go. Oh, yeah. There we go. I think that got the video circuit. So actually, we may have a slightly better video image. All right, we got that. Okay. I think now we're down to the capacitors around the ROMs and CPU. Here's one here. And go get one here. Interestingly enough, this board has fewer capacitors than I would have expected because a real Apple II board has some larger electrolytics near the expansion slots. I can only figure that maybe they didn't put them there because they thought that expansion cards would have the capacitors they need on them. I don't know. I'll show you in a moment my analysis. Okay. This will at least give us a little more capacitance around the ROMs and CPU. I would think if the problem getting the CPU to run code was capacitance related, which what would the one reason you have these capacitors on the board around components is in their normal course of operation, they'll sometimes need a little more power. So these decoupling capacitors well, one of their jobs is to provide that slight boost of power to the chip at the moment it needs it until the power supply can react to the slightly higher power draw. But it can also be to filter noise, kind of noise in the power line that might get induced by other components. And Gutpalm got his TI-99 to work. Woohoo! Okay. So, I haven't put these caps back yet. These are around the RAM. And these here are still not in. But those two banks of RAM are not populated. So, hopefully... Okay. So, I'm going to go with this, and we'll power it up with just those caps. Oh, hi, Jesse. Jesse is back from work. Oh, from walk. About to say, wait a minute. Back from walk. Okay, so this isn't all the capacitors, but it hopefully is enough to convince the board to do something if it's going to. So 3, 2, 1. Well, that's slightly better. Why is it slightly better? Well, the pink shade is gone. Yeah, I think we might have something going on. Gupom says, this isn't going to turn into an apple, but at midnight it's going to turn back into a pumpkin. Okay, well, let's test a few of these logic chips here before I go all out and replace the CPU socket. I'm going to test the transceivers around the CPU. I don't know. It makes sense to test them first. All right, and all right, that one is okay. And that one is okay. And also possible that reseating these might fix it. All right, those are okay. And let's see, that is a 74 LS245. And that one's fine. Okay, so probably not that. I'm thinking that maybe there is something up with the CPU socket. Also, the part where if I had the logic chip to build it, Loopy gave me some ROM adapter boards, and I believe they would be compatible with this board, so I could burn one of the diagnostic ROMs. Wait a minute. This ROM socket been reflowed, but I don't have the logic chip required to put on it, so that ROM. All right, this ROM should be working. I think this ROM socket's been reflowed by an amateur. I may need to replace it too. All right. Oh, we have a very organized garbage screen. All right. Let's go to the Apple II Plus troubleshooting guide. Got it. Yes, I have it downloaded. Hey. This board is close enough to an actual Apple II Plus that probably a fair guide. So let's see what it says. Let's see here. It should be page 62. Ooh, 74. There we go. 62. Here we go. All right. Troubleshooting index. System won't boot. Garbage on screen. Page 67. Okay. System won't boot. Power light on. No beep. Drive won't run. Garbage on screen. All right. Well, this guide says bad F8 ROM. Bad 6502. Okay. Now we know the 6502 works because I tested it. I'm pretty sure the F8 ROM work. Let's see here. All right. We're going to pull the silly scope out. And if that doesn't work, we'll pull the serious scope out. But someone's going to have to help me figure out what I did with my serious scope. Oh, there we go. I think I need to set up a screen so I can show the oscilloscope and the table view at the same time. All right, let's. I haven't quite got the fancy setup like Adrian Black on his capture setup. All right, so I've turned on the Apple II Plus clone, and let's walk down the pin. So this should be ready. Okay, there's phase one out. That looks good. All right, so that's IRQ, which is active low. Okay, that's a no connect. There we go. That's going to be non-maskable interrupt, active low. That looks correct. There's the sync pin. I believe that is correct. All right, VCC. Yep, that looks like a decent 5 volts. All right, so that should be address line 0. That looks dead. Address line 1. Well, that looks. Address line 2. Address line 3. Address line 4. Address line 5. Well, looks. That doesn't look good at all. Those are all address lines. All right, so I tested the CPU. The CPU tested good. So something's pulling down the address lines. All right, so that's ground. That's going to be another address line. All right, let me, maybe power cycle. Oh, yeah, there's, no... All right, let me go the other way. So reset is high. Okay, that's an active low. So CPUs shouldn't be in reset. There's phase 2 out. That is SO. Okay, there's clock in. Okay, so we do have clocks. We have the 2 clocks going out, and we have the clock going in. See, there's 2 no connects. There's read write, which is kind of garbage looking. There's a data line. That data line looks awful. Well, actually, I shouldn't be surprised, because the address lines are the address lines aren't doing anything. Well, there we go. There's one of the data lines. It's actually trying to do something. Well, that data line looks like it's trying to do something. Okay, ugh. Hi, good night, Frank. Okay, so my silly scope analysis of this board tells me that something's wrong with it. Like, all right, me find address line 16. So let's see here. That should be ground 12, 13, 14. Okay, there's address line 15. Okay, this CPU. Okay, I know the CPU works. The CPU is not able to. Like it's something's keeping it from being able to drive the bus. All right, let me ponder the schematic. All right. All right, let's see here. Not the best schematic in the world, but all right. I probably have. Okay, where's the CPU? That's. Oh, did I scroll right past the CPU? That's not the CPU. Okay, hold please while I try to find the big rectangular object marked 6502. For various reasons, I share a second monitor, and that does sometimes cause me trouble finding things. Oh, there it is. No, that's the peripheral. That's the card edge. Okay, you cannot tell me that Apple created a schematic for a computer and did not include the processor in the schematic. Oh, there it is. It's the object marked microprocessor. Okay, so the data lines are going through 8T28 chip, which on this clone board are 74LS. No, the 8T28 on this board is the 74LS245. But I believe it's serving the same purpose. Okay. The address lines are going through the 1897s, which are the 74LS367s. Now, I tested all those components, and those components tested fine. Now, it does look like, though, that there is a 74LS04 that controls the address line transceivers, and the 74LS32 that controls the data line transceiver. And I suspect those components are the same. In fact, they're probably at the same location. So at C14, is there a 74LS 32? Yes, there is. Oh, and it's not in its socket. Okay. It wasn't pushed down in its socket all the way. Okay, well, that could have. Oh, well, now that would be a good outcome if I push this all the way down in its socket and the board's fixed. All right. Okay. Well, let's go back to capture video. All right. 3, 2, 1. I watched them, but it was a while ago. Okay. Well, that wasn't it. Now, the 74 LSO4 is at C11. Oh, and there's that chip. But it's in its socket. I'm going to actually test it because it's one of those Hitachi chips. I don't have a keyboard for this gut bomb, and it's not going into the weird self-test mode. We're not getting that far. It's it's like it's not executing code. The oscilloscope tells me that much. All right, so that's 74 LSO4 tested fine. Let me test this 74 LS32. There's another chip that I think controls these transceivers. Okay, well, that chip's fine. Yeah, I'm not seeing any activity on the address lines, and I only saw 2 data lines that appeared to be trying to do anything. So that's why I'm going through the schematic trying to look at the parts of the circuit that would be gating the address and data lines. Now there is a 74LS08 at B11, and that is controlling the read-write signal on the CPU. Which, if that had a problem, then that might explain why there's not the activity I expect on the CPU. Because it may not be allowing the CPU to. What was that? 74LS08. Here it is at B11. You know, it is really nice that these clones are like clones, because that means that you just use the Apple schematics. And for the most part, everything's in the same place. Whoa! Did I pick the right chip? No, I did not. That chip failed, but okay, no, it passed once I picked the correct chip type. I picked yeah, wrong chip type. Now I picked the right one. So, although that socket is a really weird socket, um, anything that looks out of the ordinary. I mean, the thing is, I may just have to start removing these sockets that have been reflowed to look for shorts under them. Because I think, I mean, all right, if you don't want spoilers on Adrian's series on his Apple II clone, put your fingers in your ears right now for about 15 seconds. But to spoil what Adrian found was causing some of the problems on his Apple II clone board, there were some shorts under some of the sockets. Yes, so I might have not cleared all the shorts. But promise you, Steve, your shorts are still in your house. All right, now that I have, hopefully that folks that didn't want the secret spoiled have removed the fingers from their ears, we will continue with the troubleshooting on this board while I kind of scroll the schematic and look for things that are on the address and data bus. I mean, it almost might be the point where I should. I mean, maybe it is the time where I remove those two sockets because. Unless I put the wrong ROM in the. No, I clearly pulled the F8 ROM off of an Apple II Plus board and put it in this board in the F8 that had no socket. So, okay. So that should be. Correct ROM. I'm thinking maybe it's about time to remove that CPU socket and see what lies underneath it. The ROM socket, too. Hmm. Yeah, because we're like not. Okay, let me go through the. Let's go through the book here, and we'll start with the. We're going to start with the first symptom table. All right. So let's go through this, and we'll check the components. So this. I went to garbage on screen, and that's bad F8 ROM and bad CPU. But let's check everything required to get to garbage on screen, because one of those could be the problem. So the first one is no power. Yes, we definitely have power. I might be using the Squawkers Edition power supply. It might look a bit sus. It definitely looks sus if you turn it over, but I do know we have power because the Apple II Plus powered up with the same power supply. So I know we have power. So I know it's plugged in because, I mean, we're getting something on the screen. So it's not that. Okay. So we can skip the is it plugged in, and luckily, I don't have like 3 users all swearing that it's plugged in to contend with. Okay. System won't boot. Power light on. No beep. Drive won't run. Problem, no clock. Okay, we definitely have a clock. The oscilloscope did show that we have all the clocks. So I think we can skip those chips there because we have a clock. I think we can also skip no message, no beep. Problem, no LPDS clock for video circuits. Okay, that's not it. We have a video signal, even though it's garbage. No phase 0 clock for speaker circuit. Okay, we definitely have phase 0. No clock pulses on motherboard. That's definitely not it. Okay. This is why I'm glad that I pulled the oscilloscope to check some of these. Okay. No phase 0, phase 1, or 7 megahertz clock signals. Message, no beep. Okay, I don't think a missing 7 megahertz. Oh, that's message, no beep. Okay, well, that's not it. I mean, we might not be getting a beep, but I'm going to ignore the 7 megahertz clock at the moment. No message, beep. Okay, again, I think we can skip that. Somewhere I think there's like a more substantial... Oh, here we go. Okay. So that's the clock circuitry. Okay, we've got clocks. Here's the beep circuitry. Well, garbage on screen. Auto start ROM not working. CPU not activating ROM. Well, I think the next step is to pull those 2 sockets off. So the thing is, we have clocks. But we do not have CPU data or bus line activity, and I checked the transceivers. So, and Gutbomb just sent me a link. Okay. All right. Ah. A Euro Plus with the bars. Chips I've replaced so far. Okay. Okay. So scrolling past the initial posters, here's what I've done, which I'm going to skip it for now. Oh, he doesn't solve it, but he does go through what he's looked at. All right. Well, let's go through this. Okay. At the moment, I don't think this is RAM. I mean, it could be RAM, but I'm going to skip the RAM for now. And all these logic chips, this person does note that the address data line chips, which I've tested. Those are testing fine. They're getting these getting pretty hot in use. Well, yeah, those are going to get warm. I don't feel any chips getting overly hot. LS195 at C2. Okay, that one's not getting hot on my board. I mean, I guess I could go through and test all these chips just to make sure. Let's go through the continue the post. Maybe something will jump out. Okay, MT RAMs are not jumping out on this Euro Plus. All right. Looking at the pictures, it seems there's a mix and match of ROMs. Okay, I definitely probably will check and make sure I don't have a mix and match of ROMs. Luckily, they are Apple parts, so I can probably easily look up what they are. It is possible that I could have a mix and match of parts by accident. But I also know that on mine, Capcom said I found another thread that said the vertical bars are always ROM or RAM. Obviously, yeah, that's okay. CPU is not working and not able to fetch instructions from the ROMs. Ooh. Well, there's an interesting suggestion. I can try that. I guess that's easier to try than yoinking sockets out. Okay. Since I don't know if these other ROMs are correct, maybe I have a mix and match of ROMs, or one of them could be outright bad, and I don't have an adapter handy to test them. Let's try this troubleshooting step here. Remove all RAM except the first 16K, which I've done. I only have 16K in. Ooh, some of these ROMs are crusty. Remove all the ROMs except the monitor ROM. I'll go get Computer's keyboard when the time comes. Given, ew, okay, some of these ROMs are quite crusty looking. If I'm confident this board won't like kill Computer's keyboard, then I'll put Computer's keyboard on it. But it has to prove to me that it's running its little funky self-test that yeah, those are like some really crusty ROMs. All right, I'm gonna pull the F8 ROM, which I pulled off of the Apple II Plus board Adam sent me. So I do know the F8 ROM I'm using does work. I do not know if the socket works. I will liberally flood the socket with contact cleaner. And we'll put this ROM back in. There we go. All right. So what do I have now? For this suggestion here. All right. So I have 16K of RAM only and the F8 ROM. And this F8 ROM should work. I do not know about the 16K of RAM. So let's see if maybe we get further here. Oh. Let me plug power into the power supply and let's see if we get further here. No. No, we're not getting further. However, I could check to see if maybe we have more activity on the address and data lines, maybe? No. All right, which line? Let me see which. So that's 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 20, 28. 28? Oh, and 20. So 28 and 29. And it looks like two. I just noticed something here. 23, 24, 25. The pin 25 has activity. 26 has activity. 27, 28. Wait a minute. I'm noticing something here. Okay. Let's try something. Okay. So I'm going to be pressing down on the CPU and turn it on. I was noticing when I was pressing on pins that. Okay. I think I've noticed something while looking at those. I seem to have intermittent connections because sometimes I would get signals on those data lines and sometimes I wouldn't. So I'm going to remove the socket. I think there's something wrong with the socket. I'm getting inconsistent results probing the data lines. Could something be fooling me? Absolutely. Could I regret removing the socket? Absolutely. Could it turn out that it's something other than the socket? Absolutely. Could the socket be falling apart while I try to get this chip out? You betcha. Capcom's probably like, do you want to read the 68K MLA article first? Yeah, I probably should. But I think there's something wrong with the CPU socket still. Okay, let me see what this other article says. Pure white screen, power, blah, blah, blah. RAM chips are not in the right place. White vertical lines. Oh, it was the last chip they tried to replace. And of course, they draw a circle around the chip, and you got to log into 68K MLA to see the picture. But fortunately, I think I can see which chip they've circled, and I think it's this one here, which does look a bit funky. So before I actually remove the CPU socket that's going to get removed anyways at some point, because there's something definitely wrong with it, I'll check this chip here. It is a 74LS153. Okay. No, I can confirm, despite the fact that chip looked a bit crusty, our issues are not related. All right, let's get this socket off the board. I think the way I'm going to get it off the board is the way I'm going to remove sockets on computer. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is going to get some channel engagement. Which I'm going to say, well, if you're mad that I'm removing a socket, well, you can at least put in the comments what you would have done instead, given the fact that every time you remove the chip from this socket, it wants to pull up off of its pins, which tells me something. I think the CPU socket might be damaged. And in fact, I bet if I start cutting this plastic apart, so this is the way that it's been suggested that I replace the sockets on computer. And that's to get the plastic off the sockets and then remove the pins. See, I think that pulled off way too easily. Oh yeah, now there's definitely something wrong with the socket end. And by the way, I think this is only a single wipe socket, so no huge loss in the grand scheme of things. That one end of the socket was like, it came off the board way too easily. It is quite possible that the CPU wasn't making that great of contact in this socket anyways. All right, let me see if I can get this plastic off maybe by... So I think the theory now is, with the plastic off, I should just be able to heat and pull each pin. And then clear the solder. And in fact, Joe's the one that recommended this, so thank you, Joe, for the recommendation. Although I think, or I don't, it was either a recommendation or confirming what I'd been told by something else. But Joe did add to, I used the lowest soldering iron temperature I felt comfortable with. So, I mean, so the procedure is at least partially Joe's, even if I had input from someone else and I passed it along to Joe for a sanity check. So thank you, Joe, still. All right. Yeah. I can definitely see that there was some questionable solder joints here. Now, I bet okay, I am going to turn the soldering iron temperature down just a wee bit. And yes, I realize I'm doing this on the top side of the board, but it's so that you can more easily see what I'm doing. Actually, I think I can more easily see what I'm doing too. So basically, I'm heating up the pin, and as soon as I see that it moves, I'm trying to very quickly go in and grab it with the needle nose. I don't want to hold the needle nose on it before I start heating it, otherwise the needle nose will sink the heat away. The idea is that I can get the pin pulled. If I pull it quick enough, then I'll get it before the needle nose can sink too much heat away from the solder joint. Oh yeah, this is also the reason why I'm using these and not my ceramic tweezers is I can get a better grip on the pin with these. And then basically once I get all the pins out, then I'll go back and clean the vias. I do have to say that I am seeing some metal bits under the CPU socket. Now, some of them could be where I cut the socket. Some of them could be the overzealous reflow job. We'll definitely have to examine the socket area further before I replace the socket. Oh, it just dawned on me. If I write myself a note, I bet the hardware store will have fuses for the VIC 20. Because I think it just uses like a 3 amp half cartridge or like half cartridge size fuse. And I bet the hardware store has those. So I may not have to order anything after all. That would be a win. We might be able to take a look at the VIC 20 on Thursday as well. Although main billing's the C64. definitely seeing some things I don't like under this socket, but we'll have to look at them under the microscope to confirm. Yeah, I'll try to remember to. I'll try to remember to write down what fuses in the VIC-20, and I'll check to see if the hardware store has them. I mean, if I feel like going in Lowe's, because I think I'll be right by Lowe's tomorrow as well. I'd rather get them from Randy's. Randy's is the local hardware store. There we go. Wow, that was actually didn't take that long at all. Of course, granted, I got to get the solder out of the vias now, but at least now that I got the socket pins out, that might not take that long at all. All right, for that, I'll just use, at the moment, I'll just use wick. Hopefully I'll have my replacement handle for the desolder station. Probably not Thursday, but maybe, hopefully by this weekend. I'm trying to remember where Marlin P. Jones is. Actually, they may only be in Florida, so maybe I might. Well, Thursday's still probably pushing it given the postal service, but it did pay for priority mail just because I didn't feel like discovering that the flat rate shipping was ground disadvantage. All right. Let's see how those vias look. Yeah, those look clear enough for sockets. All right. And yeah, we'll inspect this just as soon as I get this solder out. Hoping if I did it this way, it would be the easiest to inspect the condition. Chance I'll have to swap the F8 ROM socket too. It also had signs that it was reflowed. Of course, I'll also take the chance to check for shorts between like the between address lines or data lines. Okay, so that at least looks good enough to put a new socket on. Now let's inspect the board. Also looks like I managed to get the socket off without any damage, so yay. Confidence boost plus 10. Well, now that I actually removed the solder from the vias, I don't see what I thought I saw before I did it. All right, let's. All right, so this is pin 1, and let me pull up my handy dandy pinout. Let me make sure I actually have the pinout of the 6502. That would be embarrassing to use the pinout of the 6560, although I think I would very quickly figure out that something's amiss. I had both pinouts open. All right. I'm going to check to make sure that there are no shorts where I don't think there should be. All right, so this is ground. All right, just making sure. All right, so let's see here. So this is address 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. That's going to be address 12, 13, 14, 15. Data line 0, or that's 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And read write. Hold please. I just noticed one of these vias isn't clear. Let me fix that before I forget, and then wonder why I can't get the socket. Better. Okay. So none of those pins are shorted to ground. So make sure none of these are shorted to each other. In the event that maybe one's pulling another down or up. I thought maybe a neighboring pin is interfering. Okay. Now I almost want to check to make sure these pins are connected to the correct chip. Just to make sure there's no like trace breaks. Although I don't think that's the case. Oh, actually, it would be easy to check for these because oh yeah, there's yep. Okay, so there's 8 data pins, so that's correct. Now the address pins aren't necessarily mapped in a one-to-one arrangement, so I'm going to find where the schematic is and okay, so address line 0. Address line 0 is on H5 and 11. Wait a minute. No, I'm reading that wrong. It's on pin 12. Okay. The input's on pin 12. Output's on pin 11. Okay. So address line 1 is on H4, pin 4. Okay, confirmed. Address line 2 is on H5, pin 6. Okay, address line 3 is on H5, pin 10. Okay, confirmed. Address line 4, H4, pin 6. Confirmed. H3, pin 10. Confirmed. Oh, I guess maybe I could zoom out just a little bit so you can maybe better see what I'm doing in case I mix something up. Okay, so H3, pin 10, that was address line 5. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, address line 5. Okay, address line 6 is on H3, pin 12. Okay, confirmed. Address line 7 is on H3, pin 6. Confirmed. And that's going to be H3, pin 4. Confirmed. And now H3, pin 2. Confirmed. And now H4, pin 10. Confirmed. And then H4, pin 12. Confirmed. And then H4, pin 2. Confirmed. That pin I skipped was not a address line, if anyone's wondering. Okay, H5, pin 2. Okay. And then we got H5, pin 14. Confirmed. And then H4, pin 14. Yep. Okay. So it looks like at least those are going where they should be. I think if I replace the socket, then we'll be connecting things where I think they should go. And then we'll try to power it up. All right, I believe I should have. Here's one 40-pin socket. Actually, it looks like I have like 20 of them, so we're good. I can mess up 19 and still have a socket. Except that I doubt this board would survive that much rework. All right, so I will carefully put this socket in place. Oops. Looks like one of these pins. Interesting. All right. Looks like one of these pins has something in it still. Let's see. Let me see if I can find something to confirm that is clear. That's too big for a socket. Pin lead there. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. That's okay. Now I think I can try to put. If at first you don't succeed, well, make sure you buy extra sockets for when you manage to push a pin out of place and it won't go back in place. So the total repair cost for this board just went up because it looks like I'm going to have to use one socket for the price of two. But at least the socket stayed flush. And more importantly, I don't have the CPU in it. So hopefully I won't solder the CPU in place. Since I'm not David Copperfield, should be good there. go. All right. Excellent. The new socket is in place. Let's put the CPU back in. I'm going to put it in the lead former again, just to add a little extra insurance. If I can find it. Yep. All right. Seeing as I have placed it somewhere creative, which I will no doubt find it as soon as I get this chip in, I'll just go ahead and put the chip in the socket. No, I need to bend it back. It does feel like I may have bent it slightly pulling it out, so let me attempt to find the camouflaged item on my workbench. And if I can't find it, I will do what any normal person would do. And that would be to open the brand new one I found the other day. Which now I'll find the one that's camouflaged on my workbench. Why some company can't make these like molded in hot pink plastic is beyond me. But yeah, this is the brand new ones I just opened that I remember finding the other day. There we go. Although I think I've demonstrated plenty of times that I would still manage to misplace it even if it was equipped with an Apple AirTag. And in like UV tracer blue or something like that. All right. CPU is in the new socket. Look at how beautiful that looks. 6502. I mean, at least for the moment, the 6502 has the claim that it's still in production. Although technically the Z80 might still be in production because I think the date on last week might have been the last time buy date. So, bummer. So it's possible the fab is making some of the last fabs now to fill those last orders. But yeah, effectively you can't order a 65 or a Z80 anymore. Okay, well, that socket wasn't it. Well, I mean, it might have been it, but it wasn't. All right, now I do know that this ROM socket has also had some creative reflowing done on it. So possibly has the chip beside it. Oh wait, that might. No, that wasn't my doing. I accidentally desoldered something else. Hmm. I think that ROM socket might warrant removal too, because there's some mighty large solder joints on that socket. And it is a single wipe socket. I'm going to check something here first. Just gonna look and make sure I don't see any like tips that are in upside down. Things I probably should have checked before replacing the CPU socket, although it certainly looked like it had enough troubles. I'm not going to second guess my decision to replace it. It probably needed replaced. It had been reflowed badly. Actually, let me try something here. I just realized. Okay, that's probably asking for me to get this ROM confused. But I just noticed the character ROM has, like, there is seemingly something under it. Now, I don't know what the board will do without the character ROM, but let me just see if by chance it does something other than white stripes. No, okay. I mean, unless that thing I'm seeing under the character ROM socket is like some massive solder bridge, that's probably not it. But I'm still tempted to. There's definitely something going on. All right. In fact, this socket is designed. I'm going to remove it. There's something going on under it. Now, because the way it's designed, I don't think I can practically cut it apart to remove it. I'm going to try some solder braid. Hmm. Yeah, the solder is wicking up decently. If this doesn't work that well, I'll try some low melt to encourage this socket to come off. I really think there's something going on under it. Now, is it bad enough that it would probably causing problems? No. there is something going on under it. Oh yeah, there's like goo gobs of solder under it. Now that I really look. Okay, so I'm going to apply some low melt. A generous quantity of low melt. And then I'll probably apply some hot air to encourage the socket to fall out, assuming that my generous low melt application and the heat from it don't encourage it to come out of the board on its own. All right. All right. Let's see if that. Well, theoretically, that should be ready and waiting to come off that board. Except for the fact that there's still goo gobs of solder on the other side of the board. All right. Oh, well, actually, it looks like I might have. Oh, yeah, I think I got half the socket out. All right. Right. Some more. All right. Almost have the socket out. I think I got it to the point where I can start to wick some of this low melt off and start to clean up the mess I made with it to try to get this socket off the board. I started to think that the there was just too much solder under the socket. Of course, now I definitely know there is too much solder under the socket. There we go. Well, actually, now that I got the socket out, it looks like what I thought was too much solder was just the turned pins of the socket. So, all right, let's clean up this excess low melt solder and hopefully I won't find any damage under here. So far, it looks like the low melt did its job and got that socket off with a minimum of collateral damage. All right. So at least the good news is it looks like I got the character ROM socket off without any collateral damage. bunch of low melt solder I gotta remove from mostly my workbench now. I think I got it all off the board. Although there is a via here that's actually okay. Let me kind of do a little low melt solder cleanup here because I gotta clean the vias of that board because they're not clear enough to put a new socket in. Although I'm half tempted to maybe ignore that socket and take a look at the other one here real quick that I wanted to look at before I got sidetracked by that socket. Because apparently, I think what I thought was ginormous solder balls under the character ROM socket was the socket itself, just the way it was designed. So probably have to replace the keyboard socket. So what did that distract me from? It was... oh, the F8 ROM. Okay, well, let's do this. Let me just make sure at least the F8 ROM socket's not shorted. Actually, it's getting late. I'm not going to have too much time for too much further tonight. I mean, it doesn't look shorted, but is it making good contact? I don't know. All right, let's see. I'm going to set the board on something this time. But let's see if by chance with that character ROM socket out, if I've done anything to the board that might result in a video signal. I doubt it. I suspect the video ROM socket was fine. Alright, still not thinking. That without putting the F8 ROM in is going to do anything. No. Nope. Alright. I think this might be where I'll leave it for tonight because I'm kind of starting to get tired and well, I guess I could Alright, I guess there's like one more thing that maybe I can do. It's not going to involve the soldering iron. I guess I can look at these forum posts that Gutbomb sent me and see if there's anything that jumped out at me. Okay. No. I'm not seeing address line activity on the CPU. I was about to say, maybe I should plug a keyboard in, but no, I'm not seeing address line activity on the CPU. Which kind of tells me something's pulling down the address lines on the board. Or otherwise not letting the CPU run. The keyboard cannot do that. I would at least see some activity on address lines to see it read the ROM to see that the keyboard's not there. I would see something on the address lines. Because it would have to start running code. Because it would have to run enough code to read the port that the keyboard is on to see that the keyboard's not there to start its little silly power on self-test. So, no, it can't be the missing keyboard. Because we're not even running code. If I saw the signs that it was starting to run code, then I would plug a keyboard in. But I'm not seeing any signs that it's trying to run code. Besides, I think when that little self-test runs, it you I don't think you have white lines on the screen, so I'm pretty sure it's not. All right, I am going to check a couple of these chips. I'll do a couple more logic chip checks. If I had an adapter to read these ROMs, I would make sure they're good, but they should be good because, well, the F8 ROM should be fine. All right, which were the ones I wanted to test? All right, I'm gonna go from the Apple Fritter post. There's LS257s at B6, B7, and C12. Yeah, I think if I remember what those do, those are good ones to check. Yeah, I think the conclusion might be that, like Adrian has to do at the conclusion of some of his videos, I may just have to stare at the schematic. Also possible the problem is one of these sockets for one of these chips that's in one of the important positions. All right, C12. I always find it suspicious when you get a board like this, and I mean, I'm totally fine with the fact that chips are made by different manufacturers, but when you have the same logic chip by multiple manufacturers, that does seem a bit odd. All right, well, it wasn't that 257. All right. LS86 at B2. That LS86 is in an odd socket. Okay. LS283 at E14. That is a 74 LS283. Yep, that's the one I was going to test. E14. That's not it. I mean, it at least passes the logic tester. Now, that's not to say that it might not be a marginal chip. All right, an LSO4 at C11. Okay, that's not it. Okay, LSO8 at B11 and H1. There's the one at B11. And all right, well, now that I replaced the CPU socket, I think I can remove this Captain tape. Under 257. That's not it. Chip was in backwards, and I just corrected it. Got the worst. Wait a minute, that was a 74, an LSO8 at H1. Oh, clone board has a different chip at H1. Okay. Oh, there's the 74 LSO8. It's at G1 on the clone. Okay, I guess they had to change something from the Apple design, of course. So there was something under the chip in that socket. All right. I would love for one of these to test bad, because then maybe I could have a quick win at the end of the night. But nope. LS194 at B4 and B9. sockets issue. I will do one last power up test after I test these, just in case I managed to reseat something and it was marginal before. I wouldn't call that as quick of a win, but okay, not that one. I'm running out of chips on the apple fritter toast list. Okay, 174 at B5 and B8. Okay, well, it's not that one. I have to say, that's kind of a neat Motorola chip. Kind of glad that chip tested good because it's got the classic Motorola logo on it. All right, well, that tested fine. Oh, and that completes that list of chips. Oh, well. Other than the RAMs, I don't have a RAM tester. Any more on this post that okay, so someone else suggested C14, which I think I already tested, B11, and F12. Okay, I don't remember testing F12. It's a 138. Oh, and the 138 that's right beside it. I think it. Oh, I've already got the chips test selected in the tester. Nope, that's not it. Test the ROMs in another Apple II. Okay, well, I'm not going to do that tonight. Let's see here. Move 1898 chips neighbors. All right, well, I've already tested the 367s. Oh, there's another 138 beside the 367s. I guess let me check it. I think those 138s are doing something pretty important. Nope, that's not it. All right. All right. Anything else someone suggested? No. All right. Was there anything in the Apple II troubleshooting guide? Let me go to the full symptom list. Make sure I didn't overlook one. All right. Oh, I should have maybe gone to the display problems, page 81. Display problems. All right. No display. screen all white, page 82. No video, 83. Screen blank, 86. That doesn't sound like it. Wrong characters? No. All right. So the 194s at B4 or B9. Okay, well, I already tested those. Wait a minute. I found a misprint in the book. The book said to check the 194s and B4 and B9. However, in the picture, they clearly show that one of the two chips is at A10, which is also a 194. So let me check that one. Just in case maybe the book's misprint was in the text and not the picture. Nope, that one's fine. All right. Let's see. I've been trying to just check the chat, but there's not much activity, so I'm just trying to go through this real quick. All right. So let's see here. No display, no video. No video into monitor. That's definitely not it. Video signal too small. No video signal being generated. Okay, well, that's not the symptom list because we do have a video signal. Nope. Screen's not blank. No color. That's not the problem. No vertical sync. That's not the problem. No horizontal sync. That's not the problem. No. No, all these display problems are like problems with the video circuit. I was looking to see if any of the video symptoms in this book maybe mentioned like something like bars that maybe it would say which chips latch the data bus for the video circuit. Thinking that well maybe the reason why I see no activity on the CPU is because the part of the circuit that reads memory is like preventing the CPU from doing anything because it's broken, but no, I don't see that in this book. So I'm probably just going to have to stare at the schematic some. So anyways, I think that's where I'm going to end the stream. That little extra chip diagnostics with the chip tester. So, yep. All right. So, the Apple II clone board. Well, got some capacitors on it. Not all of them, but it should be enough for the board to run. And, I mean, the video signal looks pretty stable. I've replaced the CPU socket because I thought it might have had a problem under it. And I don't think that was it. And I removed the character ROM thinking there was a problem under that socket. And I've got some vias I want to clear to get that replaced. I probably need to pull ROM F8 out because something tells me that might be there might be a problem under that socket, because if that ROM's not working, then we're not going to, well, oh, but I checked it. I don't think that's it. So I'm just going to stare at the schematic some and ponder what could be preventing the CPU from running, considering the CPU tested good in another computer. I don't think it's the CPU. I mean, I guess I could check the ROMs in another computer, but the F8 and the character ROM did come out of a board that was working. I mean, well, it's a parts board, but the board, if you prevented the slots from shorting things out, the ROMs were working. So I don't think that's it. I think there's probably some circuit that is drawing the address lines down, maybe because it's latching the bus transceivers in a, I guess, a write state, or CPU doesn't have access. So I'm just going to stare at the schematic and see if I spot anything. So anyways, that's where I'm going to call the stream for tonight, because I kind of need to be at work earlier than normal tomorrow. So anyways, thank you all for joining me. Glad you could be here for moral support, being cool in the chat, ideas and whatnot. So be sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications, because this board will be back on the bench at some point. There's more work to be done and more practice I can do with it to get confidence to repairing computer. Hopefully I'll manage to find the problem. So Thursday, I'm going to try to fix the C64 bread bin that I got from a friend. It had the disco mode on the dead test, where all the colors were shimmery. I have a hunch it's the PLA. It's always the PLA unless it's not the PLA, but I have a hunch it's the PLA. So luckily, I do know where my PLA boards are. I have them stashed away safely in this drawer, and I have like a bunch. Oh, there they are. No, they're not. Oh, okay. Maybe I don't have them safely stashed away in this drawer like I thought I did. Great. Well, I'll have to. Oh, there they are. They're in the upper drawer. Anyways, I have the. Does it have the name of the project on it? No. Anyways, I have the PLA replacement boards that I'd ordered for my other C64 bread bin that had a bad PLA. So I've got these. I've got the pins. I've got sockets. I've got the gals. So I'm going to build another PLA replacement and probably just go straight for the PLA on that bread bin. And we'll go from there. Because the sooner I can get that bread bin working, then we might have time to go to the VIC and see if I can figure out what's wrong with it. Because if I can get the bread bin to where it'll pass the color RAM test, I suspect we're going to fail on one of the PIAs or the CIAs, or I forget what they call them on the C64. Anyways, we're probably going to fail that test, and I don't have replacements for those. But at least I'd like to get it to where it'll get to that point to tell me what might be wrong with the user port, because that was the problem my friend said it had, was something with the user port. Hopefully, the diagnostic harnesses I ordered from eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret for one reason or another, those diagnostic harnesses, the regret might be the postal service. Anyways, hopefully those might be in by Thursday, so that if I can get the color RAM test to pass, I actually have the harnesses to continue to run and maybe figure out what else is wrong. So if I can remember to go to the hardware store and get fuses, then we can definitely look at the VIC after the C64 if I can get it working. Anyways, yeah, so that's Thursday will be the C64. And at some point we'll get back to this Apple II clone. But I'll have to figure out what's on the schedule. Anyways, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for joining me tonight. And with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.